Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. I have arrived. Welcome in, Chaos. I've been looking for a bit, dog, in the finish of this anime. I'm about halfway through. Alright, thank you, Chaos, for the like. Thank you. So, welcome in, MP-chan. Welcome in, Mum. One lowly mummy. welcome. I know I'm a bit late. I was talking to someone. But here I am, guys. Here I am. I'm a little... I don't lie, I am a little tired. I had a really rough night and morning, but excuses. Guys, literally I went to a party yesterday and like I got super wasted. Also, welcome in, Karai. Welcome. How are you? How's your day? Yeah, I got too wasted. I came home with with no shoes on. That's how bad, you know. How is Legote? Legote is doing good. I had a really bad hangover this morning, but I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm good, can't complain. That's good, that's great. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous to play the Evil Within because of the boss battle. I feel like, I don't know, I'm gonna be stuck here for a while. Hopefully I don't, you know, I'm not on this boss battle for another 2 hours. Hopefully. Drink more? I can't. Been a bit since I've been here? Yeah, it has been. Yup, it's been a while. How have you been? I've been looking at your stream a lot, not gonna lie, because I don't have anybody else to watch. Also, welcome in, Crimson. Welcome. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. How are you? How was your day? You'll play better? It's okay, clear mind, refreshed memory. Okay, I can definitely beat this boss, right, guys? I was looking back at my VOD the other day and I was like, damn, I really spent 2 hours like fighting this guy and I didn't even beat him. Yo. I kind of bounce around a lot though. That's okay. That's pretty common. Everybody Nobody does that. It's good on yours? My day was good. My day was good. I'm doing good, I think. Yep, I ate some Jollibee fried chicken. That was really good. Yes. And thank you. I appreciate it. You're welcome. But I've been good just trying new things, you know? That's good. It's always great to try new things. You know? Experience. And like, I don't know how to respond. Alright, should we get started? Where's my game? Alright. I'm scared. I feel I'm gonna die a whole lot here. And playing it? A little addiction of Valo? Oh my god, that reminds me, I was playing Valorant on like Asia servers, JP servers for this tournament, and guys, I had to like speak in Japanese to say goodbye to the other contestants. I was so nervous because I didn't know, I never met them before, and I was like, Jane, thank you, and they were all so nice, and they were all like, thank you. And I didn't know how to respond. I just left. Yep, you got this. Thank you. My anime is done. Nice, Chaos, nice. What anime were you watching? That reminds me, I really need to like get started on Arcane. I haven't started the second season yet, and I kept seeing like people post about it, and I don't know, maybe I should start it tonight. Remember our lessons from last week? Yes, I remember. Shen, are you a ring? Cause you're gonna put your finger inside me. Hey yo, buns. Okay, I'm awake and I could do this. Look at this. Total playtime, almost 12 hours. Not gonna lie. Wait, there's only like 6 more chapters, I think. Oh god. Also, I was watching Let This Grieving Soul Retire. Wait, I think I've seen like the cover of that, and I was like thinking of watching it, but I was like, it's a isekai, right? Or am I thinking of a different show? Rate that 1 out of 10. I rate it like a 6. I've been catching up on Don Machi season 4. What is Don Machi? I don't think I know what that is. No, not isekai. Oh, it's not isekai. I'm probably thinking of a different show then. Bacon Mental Hospital. Okay. I remember this. Run. Okay. You know, calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. Is it wrong to pick up girl in the... Oh! Okay, now I know that show. I didn't know. I didn't know you had a second name. I only know it by how to pick up girls in a dungeon. Oh fuck, I missed. Okay. Not bad. Should I not shoot that? Pick this up. Grenade. Okay, he got me.
Okay.
Oh my god, chaos!
It's 2 a.m.
I'm bored. And I'm gonna regret this
so much. Okay.
Oh god.
Right.
Fuck! Extra nuzzles pounces on you. Yeah, it's my title. I forgot how that my that's my title.
Unsip your baggy as pencil, baby. You so musty. Take me, help me, and make me yours. And don't forget to stuff me. See me while my little baby tail for your boy. Kisses and lickies and man.
Right in the middle of my battle, chaos.
And wuzzles and jazz. After getting thirsty, hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Please stop me. Also, your boy can find the lips.
Run. Oh shit. Oh my god. He knows I'm here. Oh, he knows I'm here. Oh my god. Perfect time. Yes, deserved. What do you mean, yes? Oh fuck. These little eyes I do. Wait, I might actually win this. Oh wait, this is see me? Hold on. Oh. Cheese bots. Okay. Hold on, guys, wait. What's that thing in the chat? What thing in the chat? Rawr? You should. I should do covers of other songs too. You know, I've been thinking about it. You know, I have some that are like in the works. But I don't know. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the heck? Oh my god, what the hell? FB? Hype train, oh my god. Oh my goodness, what the heck is that? Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Time to throw money now. Oh my goodness, chaos! Thank you for the gifted sub. How much is that? 10? Oh my god, chaos! You're freaking. You guys are crazy. You guys, go get some help. I don't know what to say. Oh shit. You guys are insane. What the heck? Okay. Alright. How did I know? Shit. Oh, wait. I might actually win this. Run! Fuck! Okay! Oh god! Oh my god! Happy! What the fuck? Thank you for the 5 gifted! Thank you! Welcome, man! Itoshi! Welcome! Someone said help! What the heck? You guys are crazy! Oh my god! Go get some help! Go get help! Not like, you know, like, why do you do this? Oh my god, I'm dying. Jesus Christ! It's insane. Oh my god. He found me. Oh shit. I'm dying. Oh my god. Blame MP. Blame. I blame you guys. Oh god. Oh fuck. I'm stuck. Oh fuck. Okay. Guys, I gotta focus. Oh god. Level 5? I didn't do nothing. Oh, yeah, right. Sure. Someone say help. I had to help. Throwing money already. That mission remove the limit. There's always gonna be a limit, okay? Always. There will always be a limit. Can I put a limit on gifted subs? Can I do that? I'm gonna just put like 100 sub limit.
Thank you so much for the sub.
Oh my god!
Thank you so much for the sub.
What the heck? Cry! What the heck? Oh my god! Thank you for the 5 gifted! Cry! Thank you! What the heck is wrong with all you? What is wrong with all of you guys? Oh my god! Do you guys get like bonk in the head or something? What is going on? Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Jesus Christ! Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the gifted subs. You guys are insane. But see, now I'm dying. I blame you guys. Oh my goodness! Oh, big oof! Big oof! Big oof! Run! Oh my goodness! Oh my god!
Thank you so much for the sub.
Oh my god, Chaos! What the heck? What the F? Jesus Christ! Chaos! Thank you for the gifted sub! Record beats? Oh my god. What the heck is wrong with you? What the heck? You are... You guys are crazy! Jesus Christ. Thank you for the... How much is that, Chaos? 20 subs? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. How does one react to this? Somebody teach me. Oh. Oh my god! He doesn't see me. I missed all of my shots. Just say thank you and accept it. Thank you. I don't know, like that. I don't know. The same way you do with bits. I don't even give bits. Thank you for the 5 gifted, the 20 gifted Chaos. Thank you for all the gifted subs. Oh fuck. Cry like star. I'm not a crier though, guys. I don't cry. You will soon. Oh Jesus Christ. Jesus. Okay. I don't know if I should shoot it from here. Can't really see it. Calm and steady. What's the game? Calm and steady means the game. Fuck. I missed! Did I hit him? Oh, I didn't. Run! Okay. Okay. So how much money would have to be thrown for you to cry? For me to cry? I don't know. I don't think I'll cry at all. If, you know, if I get gifted sub or money thrown at me. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just a giggle box. Okay. Oh god. I missed! Why I keep missing? Jesus Christ. Run! Oh my god. The full bit limit? No. No. Did I do this one? Run! Oh my my god! Sebastian! Bit, I'm working on saving them. No! Don't do the full bit limit. I was like, how much is that? Isn't it the bit limit like $1,000 or something? 100,000 bits? Hide over there. Oh my god. Can I hide under the trucks? I didn't know that. Oh god. Run! Sebastian! Oh shit! Okay. I'm gonna hide here. There's an on here. Jesus Christ. Why today? Today is not even like a special day though. Oh my god. Woo! Fuck. Get up! Fuck! Get up! Get up! Get up! Let's go. Why not? I don't know! I don't know! Oh fuck. Fuck. Get out of there. Jesus Christ. Okay. New all-time record. Level 7. Oh my god. Oh shit. You got the emotes? The new hype train emote. Is that what you got? Oh, a goalie? Playing football? Let me see your eye. Is it looking on the ground? Fuck. Fuck! Okay. Okay. Fuck! Okay. Get out of the way! Okay, I successfully yeeted Itoshi out of top 3. I'm happy! Who's the top 3 right now? It's Chaos, Yoshi, and MP. Oh my god. Get up, Sebastian! My goodness. Okay. Okay guys, I gotta shut up. Let me focus! What if I do this? Ah no! Oh my god. Is he gonna turn? Is he gonna turn? Woo! Shit! Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Sniper, sniper. Give me your eye, show me your eye. Fuck. Fuck, oh my god. Fuck. Run, it's over again. Fuck, oh shit. Okay. This is hard. This is hard. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh, thank you for the redeem, MP. I don't know what this does. It gives me heart eyes and like little blushy blush. Oh, as a thank you for the redeem, Crimson. I don't have no glasses. Okay, run over here. Fuck. Fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god! Bro! Get up! Okay. Grab this. Run out, run out. Okay. Look at the head pads. A blank streamer now. Wish redeems. Changes to green Shen. Oh yeah, you just redeem Demon Shinobi again. Yeah. You just gotta redeem it again. Okay. It's over there. Thank you for the redeem! I'm a green goat now. Oh my god, he saw me? How did he saw me? Oh, fudge. 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 I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Can I heal? Oh wait, there's another one right here. Where is he? Oh, come here. Okay, nice. Oh god! Run. Take this. Oh shit! Oh, fuck. Run! Go back, go back. Fuck! Okay. Hold on. Cyclone! Joker! But oh my god! How is he fighting me? Sebastian, get up! Okay. Run over here, run over here. Okay. Oh, okay. I had my light on. I didn't know that. Oh god. I can't shoot his dumb eye from here. Oh my god! Fuck! I don't know where I'm running! Okay. Okay, we going here? Go in there! Go in there! Right. Run! Oh my god! Get out, get out, get out. He didn't see me, right? Okay. Hold on. my god, I really want to beat this guy. But like I'm gonna be stuck here for like forever. I just wait, please. Okay, okay. Nice! Nice! Fuck, I had to reload! Oh fuck. Oh no, is he turning? Fuck. Fuck, run! Oh god. Okay. Shoot the eye, shoot the eye, shoot the eye! Shoot the eye! Shoot the eye. Shoot the eye! I don't know. Oh my god. Run! Oh my god! Run. What the heck? I swear to god! Oh my god, I swear to god! I was not even next to you. We'll be lucky when I finish Dead Space 1. Thank you for the like! Thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you! Have fun in Dead Space. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, I know, Chaos, I know. I think I got too scared. I got hesitant. Okay, but 3 bullets is pretty good. Oh. Please, run, run, run. Fuck. Go around, honey. Go around, go around. Go around, go around. Wait, you gotta stop right there. Okay. Yeah, he swallowed me whole. Oh god. Okay, okay. Okay. Look somewhere else, please. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I can't run. Oh my god. Can I restart this this round? Yeah, he's being such a bully this round. I can't. I can't get up. I literally can't get up. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Give me this. Okay. Okay. Nice. You didn't see me, right? Oh god. Okay. doesn't know I'm here again, right? Okay. I can't stay in one spot. Oh my god. Grab that! Oh my god, he actually grabbed me. I believe. Thank you, thank you. I also believe. I also believe. Oh my god, never mind. How do my shots, they keep missing. Grab this. Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm gonna die, holy fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god! Let me breathe! Let me breathe! Let me breathe! Let me breathe! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Oh, about that. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god! Sebastian, what's wrong with you? Okay. I take out your eye, take out your eye. Take out your eye, please. He did take out, it was only out for like a second. Okay. No, that was a bad start. It was a bad start. You know, that was just practice. Okay, nice. Oh. Oof. 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 No! Why couldn't you stop inside? Damn it, I just wasted a heal in there. It's fine. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, he opens when he turns to you, so you gotta be ready. Okay. Okay. Oh. Grenade. Where are you? Where are you? Give me anything! Yeah, I didn't want that, but okay. Please don't explode next to me! Okay, run. Good strat. Good strat. Good strat. Okay. Okay. Opens. Legs. Hey yo, mom. Okay, calm and steady is the game. I am a turtle. Turtle is me. I want you to come over here, bro. No more grenade. Nice. Oh, it's my shotgun. Run. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Go. Oh my god. I run so slow. I run so slow. Okay. Maybe I just gotta turn like a corner or something. Right? Unless you're in the plunderer universe? One head down, one head down. Okay. Nice. This grenade. This. Okay. I am not stacked. Okay, let's hide over here. Wait for him. Oh my god. May I have a see Plunderer in a hot minute? I don't know what Plunderer is though. It's so good. I recently watched that too. Ah, I see. Welcome in, Big Dave, CDXX. Welcome. Mom, can we play Resident Evil 4? We have Resident Evil 4 home. Honestly, Resident Evil 4 was really fun. Miss Ada Wong. See, I feel like this is harder than freaking RE4. This is way harder than RE4. The specific boss. Oh god. I go in here. Also, how are you, Dave? Is it anime? Ah. I didn't know that. We love Ada here. Yeah, we love Mommy Ada. Mommy Ada. Ada is the mommy. Yes. Personally, I'm more of a Jill person. I love my girl Jill. This is way longer than RE4 too. It is. It is. I'm like barely on chapter 10 and there's like 15 chapters. God. I fucked up my sleep cycle, so I'm gonna wake up at like 1 p.m. again. That's normal, is it not? Grenade, where's my grenade? Okay. Gotta get out. Run! Okay. No, it's not normal. It's not normal. I wake up at like 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the gifted sub, MP. Thank you. Holy shit, it's Dave. Yeah, it's Dave. I thought I was on the wrong stream for a second. MP-kun, Ohio. They put a dark twist into the tortoise and the hair story in the anime. What? Oh shit. Oh my god. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. Not good. Not good! That was bad. Not good. Run. His eyes are there. Okay? Oh god. Sorry. Okay. Oh shit. Here it is. I think I'll... No. Okay. What the heck? This is so hard. Oh my god. This is so hard. This is too hard. Shen doesn't need to do subathons. Subathons start by themselves here. Honestly, they do. Oh. Oh my god, I missed. It's so bad. Okay, it's fine. It's okay. He's looking again? God! Fuck. You know, I regret losing controller, but I can't go back now. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Run! Okay. Nice. Okay, nice! Okay. Show us your crack shot with the sniper shit. It's so bad. I can't. It's a sniper? I can't. What do you think? I never lose it. I miss all of my shots. I'm a pistol only gal, okay? Party so hard like Charlie Sheen. I need you to come over here. Also, I don't have any sniper ammo. I don't think so. Oh, is he looking on the ground? okay. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Oh my god. Go here. Go here. Run faster! Oh my god. How does that not hit? How does that not hit? Oh my god. Okay. Run! Wait, I could throw a grenade. Oh my god, fuck! Okay, I didn't really... No. Fuck, wait, let me go in here, let me go in here. Aim labs is free, I know that, okay? Oh fuck. Fuck, it's fine, that's okay. Skill issue. It is a skill issue. At this point, it is. Oh fuck, is he turning? Shit, it is. He is. I'm scared! Him. Open your eye! Open your eye, bro! Open your eye! Bro! Fuck! Fuck, I'm getting hit! Fuck! Open your eye, bro! Open your eye! Oh my god! Fuck! No! Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. I can't do this. Is there a way for me to just skip this part? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Show me your eye. Goodness gracious. Oh god. My shot is so bad. Oh my god. Fuck. Don't come here. Oh my god. Oh my god! I'm about to like push my monitor right now. It's fine. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Now I'm a bad goat. Okay, what the fuck? Okay. Get out! I wish this guy could run faster. I'm not even kidding. Oh god. Joker. Do you have a grenade? No grenades. Sniper rifle. Oh god. Okay. Reload. Gambaru, Sonic Gambaru. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm slowly losing my sanity, but it's okay. I am fine with that. Right? Okay. Take out your eye. Yes. Oh my god, nice. Okay. He saw me, huh? He saw me. Fuck. Okay. Run. Oh my god, I hate this guy so much. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Okay. Take this. Take this. Take this. Grenade. Take that! Fuck. Okay. It's okay! It's okay! It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. Oh no, he's turning. Oh no. Fuck. What if I... Okay. Rifle? Come here! Oh my god, why you can't reload? Ah, fuck! Ah, shit! Fucking Sebastian! Oh, freak! Oh my god, why is the car blocking my way? Fuck, I'm dead! Oh god! Jesus Christ! Oh my god. This is not good for my heart. I don't know if I ever asked this before, but is your model full body, Shin? It is! It is full body. You want to see the rest of my body? Wink, wink. Sussy. Oh shit. There you go. Easy, 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 easy. Easy, easy. Yes, please. Hold on. Let me see. If I could beat this guy, maybe I'll show you. Something for the bug. Oh shit. Someone bugged this sussy person? What do you mean? I'm not that sussy, guys. I'm not that sussy, okay? Okay. Just, you know. It's just me.
Out of ammo?
Out of ammo? Yes, out of ammo. Grenade. Okay, nice, nice. Take this. Take this. Here you go. Let me see. This is Nom here, right? Now I want to see the full body. Breathe. Breathe if sussy. Yeah, he meant me. Because I'm the sussy one. Is it sussy though? Is it sussy to be wait, I don't know. What do I do? Do I flirt? Is that what flirting is? I don't know what flirting is. Is that how you flirt? I don't know. Okay, reload. Yeah, you're a huge flirt. It's fun though. Okay, it's coming. Okay, nice, nice. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna lose this. Run, run, run. It's turning. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Run! Oh god. Oh god. No, 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 don't look at me. Can you move? It's okay, Shan. I don't know how to fly a Riz either. It's okay, you get there, you get there. Hey girl, are you Ruvik? Cause you're in my head all day. Haha, haha. Are you trying to make a the Evil Within reference? Where's your little eyeball? Oh god. Can't shoot it from here. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back. At least I don't think I do, but I have been told otherwise. Ah, I think, guys, I feel like it's a confident thing. You know, you need confidence. Confidence is key. You know. Shit, I don't know what this does. Oh god. Oh god, he's turning. Oh god. No, 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 no. I was trying to craft it. Okay, okay, this is a tough part. Okay. Get out of the way! Now it's gonna explode with me on it. See? That's so hard! Yeah. Stick your sniper out for the skibbity monster is like... Have confidence. No confidence. Confidence is key, guys! Oh fuck. Okay. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad. It's fine. That was bad. Okay. Can I restart this one? Oh god. No, you just have to go with the flow. What if there is no flow? And what do you do? They make hints that you're interested. I've been told I have natural riz, whatever that means. I think it's like, I don't know. It comes out as natural. I don't know. You're too friendly? Is it? No, you saw me! Was my head sticking out? Is that why? I need a hiding spot. Can you see me behind this car? I don't know actually. Oh my god, I gotta reload. Shoot him! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, never mind. Okay. Oh my god, he saw me, oh my god. That's okay. This is fine, this is fine. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay. No. Get out of here. Okay. Oh, I didn't got this yet. Grenade, grenade. No, come back! Come back, come back. No? Never mind. Never mind. It's okay. Good sign. It's a good sign. I'm gonna hide here. I'm gonna wait for it to come back. Oof. I just want to get over this level. Why is this level so hard? No! Oh my god! It's fine. It's fine! Did I hit him? No? It didn't. Oh fuck! God. I got food. Yum. What kind of food did you get? Oh my god. Okay. Please. He won't see me. And now pastor pork burrito bowl with black beans and rice and some kind of spicy sauce. Damn. The burrito bowl. That sounds so good though. I was just thinking earlier today, like, damn, I haven't had a burrito bowl in so long. Like the ones from Chipotle. Kinda want some. I might actually go get some tomorrow. We'll see, we'll see. I don't know. I'm a little broke. Should I just leave? Let's go this way, let's go this way. Better view, less risky. Wait, do I not have heels? Okay. Get some Shen? I will! Right now it's super late. I don't think any Chipotle is open. I would totally order it if I have the money. if. Okay. Come back. I need you to come closer. I'm scared to shoot it from here. Okay, I'm gonna shut up and focus. I know I said that like 5 times already, but I will this time. No yappers. Why do you keep walking over there? Fuck, he saw me. He saw me. Did he see me? Did he see me? No? Okay. Run over there, Shen! Run! Oh fuck, I'm just gonna use my pistol. Oh my god! What the hell? Okay. You should get one of those things where we can order your food. One of those things? Like a drone? I just have a drone, guys. It was literally just full of like anime books, mangas, and stuff. Oh, wrong. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. No! I keep clicking the wrong button. Like a drone, but only for food ordering. I can't remember what it's called. Oh, I see. No, I got it. I can't miss his eye. How do I not miss his eye? Fuck, this car. Bro! Ah! I'm dead! Ah! Oh my god. This is so hard, guys. This is so hard. Maybe I just gotta stay further back. Snipe him? Should I? Stay super far back. Snipe snipe him. Oh god, okay. Okay, bro, okay. We get it! Get it. But I'm pretty sure you can order fast food, is it? It's a little scary though. I don't know. Even like when I used to have a throne, I don't know. I can't take free stuff. I'm too like self-conscious about taking people money. Oh my god! I don't know. I'm the kind of person who wants to work. My god! He's kicking my ass! Kicking my ass! Bro. Oh my god! Go, 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 go! Sebastian, go in there! Cool. Oh fuck! Get out here! They actually grabbed it! Oh my god. But shit, we give it freely, only when we can afford it, you know? I don't know, I'm scared, I don't like it. I don't know. It's not that I'm scared, it's like... I don't know, I feel bad for getting free stuff, you know? It's a morals thing, you know? I have morals. Oh fuck, it's freaking card. Oh my goodness. Get out of my face, bro. I wish I could move on top of the cars. Oh my god. Oh my god. I grab you too. Hey yo. Hey yo. Hey yo. Oh. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my god! My timing is so bad! Take that! No! Oh god! Just kill me already! I don't have any more heals, just kill me! Okay. You know, that was a bad start! That was a bad start! Just say Asian trauma. We can't reject gifts from elders. What do you mean, ayo? You know I'm touchy? Touchy? Touch, 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 touch. But you da 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 da. But you feel so out of touch. You don't know my love, but you feel so out of. Monday, I was thinking about you. Tuesday, you were hanging near the phone. Wednesday, you haven't really missed it. What can I say? There's something I ain't heard before. Like, I find it easier for me to spend money on others than myself. Like, if I buy something nice for myself, I feel bad about it. What? You shouldn't feel bad about it. You should feel proud. spend money on myself way too much, guys. I think that's the issue. Maybe. Oh, shit! Run. Okay, Sebastian, get your ass up. Oh god. Go here. Got this. Okay. I just I don't spend enough money on myself. You should have some self-respect, you know? Spoil yourself. Get like, I don't know, like food, dinner, you know? Or, you know, get a girlfriend or something. Oh shit. Okay. Oh god, I'm dead. Shotgun bullets. Oh no, is he turning? I'm scared. What's this? Oh fuck! No! Not X! Okay! 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 Run this way. Run! Why he runs so fast? I'm dead. What? He runs so fast! Oh my god! Buying a girlfriend? I mean, you could do that. Yeah. It's called, you know, it's called getting a gold digger. Turn around. Nice. Alright. It's called OnlyFans. There's a lot of them. I don't condone this. I condone it. OnlyFans. You know, you make top-notch money, you know? Oh, fuck. This is fine. Okay. Usually people will shoot exploding red barrels. It didn't work in this game. Okay. I do. I try to shoot the barrels, but for some reason, whenever I try it, it doesn't seem like it's hurting him. Maybe because it's not like close enough, but I try. I try. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I missed. I missed them! you for the hydrate. Oh fuck. Thank you for the hydrate. I will drink it after I die. Anyways, welcome in, Sam. Welcome, welcome. I go here. Okay. Should I take out my sniper? Oh. Okay. Have you played both Evil Within? Which is better in your opinion? Oh, this is my first first time playing, Sam. I don't know. I kind of hate this one. It's extremely long. This boss is extremely hard. And I don't know if I'm ever gonna get past this part. I missed! Oh my god. I missed. Oh my god. That was such a perfect shot though! God, son of a bitch. Goodness gracious. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you. Where is he? Oh my god! What the hell even happened? Did he flip the car? Who the heck? Temporary hate because you're struggling, or you truly hate this game? Temporarily hate because I'm struggling. Struggling really bad. Okay. Oh, this specific boss only. This one. This specific boss. Oh, I need to heal myself. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Daddy hit him! No! Oh my god! I didn't hit him. Did not hit him. Oh my god! Get up! Get up! My stamina is so low. I keep stopping. I need to look at it. I need to look at my stamina. Okay. I hate this part. Can I skip it? I hate it so bad. I hate this so bad. Not gonna lie, I might just give up. Never passing this part. Oh god. Okay. Does he know I'm here? Does he know I'm here? Is he gonna flip it? I'll cry. He's telling me to cry. Did I break the game? What's happening? Please leave. He's not leaving. Okay, bro. Damn, I think I have to leave. Goodness gracious. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Take this. Grenade. Floating bolts. Okay. What the fuck was I doing? Go back. Okay, come up. He's walking away. Go back! He's coming up! Okay. I need everyone to be quiet, okay? I need everyone to be quiet. Okay. Grenade, grenade. Run, run! Okay, nice, nice. Nice! Good strat! Okay. So uh-oh. I messed up. Did I mess up? I did. I messed up. It's fine, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Good strat, good strat. Good strat. Oh fuck, I missed the middle. Okay. It's okay. Good strat. Good strat. Take this. Go here. Take that. Take this. Jesus. Round 2, Death Space 1. Calm, please. Okay, okay. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you. Okay, see, I'm gonna go try and hit the sag. I'll be back if I fail. Hope this boss dies in between now and then. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming up. Oh, thank you for dropping by. Thank you, thank you. Have a good night. Have a good, sweet dreams. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets, because I'm gonna lag while you're sleeping. Thank you, thank you. Yo, I just missed the 4 shots. How did that not hit? I'm so confused. This game hates me. Okay. Checking. Oh, my guns are loaded. Okay, nice. Okay. No. Take this. Run. Okay. my god. How do people shoot him? It's the fucking sniper. I don't get it. Oh my god. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, okay. Fuck. Oh, I know. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Hold on, guys, I'll be back. Somebody's knocking on my door. I think I'm being too loud. Okay, guys. Mother was telling me to be quiet. I am here! She's been at this spot at the beginning of the stream. Well, okay, 2 hours last stream and then like another 2 hours to stream. It's crazy, it is! 4 hours. Now time for Dark Souls bosses. You want me to play a Souls game? Not gonna lie, I do want to play a Souls game. Isn't it like Dragon's Dogma kind of a Souls game? I'm playing that right now as my off stream game. Just I was gonna say good luck on a good night. You beat the boss. Yes, I did. Bro, oh god, I'm so tired. I thought I would never get here. So you being too loud. I am. I need to be quiet. It's like 11 p.m. guys. Damn, too late to be screaming. Right, guys? For goodness, 13 hours! Oh my god, 13 hours. No, Dragon's Dogma is not a Souls game. I heard Dragon's Dogma is kind of like Elden Ring. But okay, I don't know why, but to me it feels more like Skyrim though. Dogma, dogma nuts, guys. Play with my soul. Oh, oh, NT, mum. You know, I feel good. I feel like a weight on my shoulder is gone. You know, and I can finally play the game. Damn. Yeah. Hopefully this doesn't take long. Till meet another boss. The final white shirt. Chapter 11, reunion. Where am I? Am I? Checkpoint? I'm outside?
Looks like the asylum's the only building left untouched. How can that be?
How can that be? How do I get down? Or do I just go around? Oh, creepy circus music? Should play Sekiro Shadow? You know what? I will play Sekiro. I will. As many times as Chaos begs me to play Sekiro, I will. One day. Probably not today, but one day I will. One day. We don't know which day though, but it will happen one day. How do I follow the road? Oh god. Okay. We're canceling the better night and forcing Shen to play Sekiro. No, it's fine. I would rather play Jupiter than Sekiro. Anything else for me to loot? No, nothing else for me to loot. Okay. Map. Wait, what's this? Oh! Magnum? Do I even have Magnum ammo though? I don't think I do. I'm still yet to beat it? Really? I'm on hiatus from... Oh, you're on hiatus from it? Like just Sekiro? Damn. I heard there's like multiple endings though in Sekiro. So, I kinda wanna try it. Wait, this is where I came from, right? It is? Okay. And then here. Yeah, I went there. Right? Did I? No, I didn't go here yet. No, I did. Oh, I went to that room. Okay. Ding. I'm on. They are? Sekiro seems like a fun game though. I've seen my brother play it, and then like he will like ask me to help him. Like to like grind some stuff, and then so he could transfer it to his main. I think that's how it works. I don't know. Oh my god. If you're anything like me and anyone else that has ever played it through, you will surely suffer every step of the way on your first playthrough. No, that's kind of scary though. I feel like Sekiro is such a hard game. I don't think I'll ever be able to like play it. I hear a zombie. Four? Anything else here? No. How about the main line? Oh, fuck. I haven't played any Dark Souls games before. Oh my god! I do want to try it though. I like challenging stuff. It feels good. I don't know. Is it just me? Is it because I'm a masochist that I like stuff that like makes me wanna, you know, suffer? But like it's a good kind of suffering, you know? Cause like once you actually like, you know, pass it, it feels good, you know? It's like a good achievement, you know? Okay, how do I get across from here? I jump over this? Okay, should I save my bullets? Please don't turn around, please. It's because you like a challenge? That is true. That is true. Hence why you want to chase men and now men chase you. That is true. That is very true. I love chasing. Please turn around, zombie. Fuck, can I get this one then? Please don't turn around! Please don't turn around! Please don't turn around! Fucking, oh my god. Goodness gracious. Oh my god. My shots, oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ! Couldn't you just die? Jesus Christ. Every Souls game is the worst game when you're stuck on a boss. But the best games when you eventually beat the boss. Ah, I see. Seems like my kind of game. Right, guys? Right? Right? I mean, can you guys see me beating it though? I feel like I can't. I feel like I'll suffer really bad. I'm gonna crash out on stream live in 4K. This ammo? Oh. Where do I go then? Where? Am I going the right way? Okay. Go there. Were you more happy or more annoyed fighting this boss here? I was. I think I was annoyed, but after killing it, it feels good. I don't know. It feels good. You know? I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I don't know. Oh wait, there's a fucking door right here. I didn't see this. Oh, but. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, run. What do I do here? What do I do here? Oh fuck. Oh my god. What do I do here? I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Oh shit! I don't know what am I supposed to do? How do I get out? Burn, 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 burn! Where's the other guy? Oh my god, you scared me. Give me that, give me that. Okay. Heals. Old fashioned key. Oh my god, don't shoot me. What the heck? What the heck? Stop! Open. Just leave! Sebastian, just leave. Where did I go? Over here? Jesus Christ. Go. Okay. Good. Shen, after her first everything, it feels good. You know, that is true. Okay, I think we're supposed to go here. Okay. Any ammo, loot? No, nothing. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where do I go? Get up! Oh, I have to go under here.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh. What is that? Can I shoot this? No? Okay. Can I heal myself? Is that it? Right there? What did I do here? Nom nom nom. How's your food? Is it good? He just likes to hang. You know, chilling, watching you from above. I see, I see. I'm not gonna die, right? I feel like I need to shoot it in order to. Okay. Fuck. No, okay. Okay! Okay. Okay. I think I know what to do now. Okay. I was afraid to the thing in the water. Nom nommy. Ah! I thought you were saying nom nom because you were eating. Oh. Did I hit it? Am I supposed to kill it? I have no clue. Oh. Where is it? Food is good though? That's good, that's good. Hey, how do I... Am I supposed to like out... Do I have to kill it? Can you use your crossbow to freeze the water? Can I do that? I actually don't know. Do I don't think I have any though. One. Okay. Where is it? Where are you? Oh shit! Get up, get up, get up! Okay? No! I think I just gotta out swim it, right? Or not? What the fuck? He pushed me down? Swim, Sebastian, swim! Swim, Sebastian, swim! Oh my god. What the fuck, Sebastian? Get on top of here! Get on top! Oh my god. Get on top! Get on top! Where is it? Hurry up! Hurry up, Sebastian! Hurry up! This guy don't know how to speed up, I swear. Okay. That wasn't so bad, it was easy.
Sure as hell don't want to go back in the water anytime soon.
Oh my god. Arkham Knight? Arkham City? Okay, so it doesn't freeze? Yeah, it doesn't freeze. That's what she said. What did I say? What did I say? Yeah, it was a good try, you know? But it freezed the... I don't know what it is. The fish guy. No, that was good. Oh, let me heal myself. Oh no. Oh my god. What is that? Grenade? Oh my god. Oh my god. What's happening? Oh my god. What is this? No. What the fuck? Get top of a car! No, I can't get on top. Run! Don't let him touch me, right? Oh my god. Damn. Why is there so many?
Out of ammo?
Bro. Wait, what's this? Super mag? Wait. Get away from me! Fuck, I missed. Fuck. Grenade. Oh god, run! Jesus Christ. What's this? Do I have to kill you? Can I burn you? Easy. I have
Some
no more
kind of
bullets,
fake?
but easy. Get on top. Oh, you know what?
You
Finally.
gotta be kidding.
I've been waiting to come back here.
This place is filthy.
Jesus Christ. I need to save my game.
Is this his doing?
Toilet, sink, bed. Can I upgrade?
Detective,
It's you.
Are you all right?
you do realize there would be no one to replace me.
Mommy? Can I save my game? Is that it? Who the heck? I realize no one is as beautiful as you. Are you okay, Mom? Are you okay? What's going on? Do you need someone to talk to? Are you okay, bro? Is everything alright? I would have said that in reply to what she said. Ah. I need context. I should have said that earlier. Damn, I thought you were saying that to me. Now I feel like, you know, damn. Maximum sprint time. 9,000? I only have 2k. I only have 2k. Weapons? Damage multiplier, fire rate. Should I do my shotgun? Reload time. 4k. I'm broke. I'm broke as heck. Okay. What do I do now? Do I just leave? Inspector Brown. Missing Crimson City Police Inspector Arnold Brown claimed to be holding important evidence in a unsolved case before he disappeared. Please, information needed. Call 1-555-0125-6969. Oh my god. Bro, it should not be as funny as it is. Damn. Not funny? Yeah, it's not funny. It's not funny, guys. You shouldn't laugh at the number, okay? It's like cringe almost. I'm sorry. It was funny to me. Call that number right now. I would if it was real, okay? If it was real. Oh, no, don't look at that. Okay. No, am I gonna fall? What the heck? Wait, do I have to go back? Why do you keep telling me to go back? Okay. Did I miss something?
Whatever is the matter?
I don't know, ma'am. Oh, body found in sewer. Mutilated body found in sewer. The body of a man with his brain exposed, and surgical scars found in Crimson City sewer. Dead for several months. Reminiscence of Elk River serial killer. Elk River. Can I give him a better name? Damn. Like the butcher. Or, you know, something. It can be real. It might be. You don't know. Nothing. What's the motto with you? Would you rather eat a rotten egg or a matter baby? The merman. Loot. Nothing? I think I got everything, right? I can just go back. Do I just gotta ignore it? A what, baby? A matter baby. Would you rather eat a rotten egg or a matter baby? Oh hey, yeah! Okay. I totally forgot about that. Full body? Where is my... Oh, ignore the shade, cause... Is... Oh. Ignore the shade, cause I only colored it from the top. Up. Yep, there we go. See, I have my cute little loafers. Because you know, you see this part right here. It's supposed to look like like goat feet, like hooves. You know, you get it? Cause the line in the middle. You know, yeah. Yeah, it's cute, right? It's cute, very cute. And then I got knees, you know, and then there we go. Yeah, it's cute, a little cloth because you know I'm the greatest of all time. The dingly, yeah, I have little tassels, you know, they're really cute, little tassels. No jiggle physics. Hey, that's you know, I have actual personality, okay? Not two humongous personality, okay? I have one actual personality, okay? Men, I swear. Not everything has to be about boob and ass, okay? Alright. Here I am. Let's go back. I don't think I need anything else. No? What do you mean no? Show me that personality? You wanna look at my personality? You're looking at it now! Okay. Next part of the game. Matches. Okay. Take the elevator. Fuck, I don't have ammo. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck! Get away! Fuck. Can I just run them? Outrun them? Instead of fighting? I don't have ammo. How do I get up there? Am I supposed to be here? Jump down! Get away! Please out! Oh my god! I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't have any ammo. No. Where am I going down? Okay. How do I go over here? Where do I go? Can I jump over? Scared. I'm pretty sure I have to go over here, right? Oh fuck. They have bolts. Fuck! No way! Get out of here! Can I push it down? Is that possible? Oh my god, it is! Oh.
Out of ammo.
Fuck! Get out of my way! Fuck! Why does he have exploding bolts? What? Goodness. I just had to battle them all one by one. Nice! Is he dead? Get back down! That's all I have. No way. No, he's holding a dynamite. Is he gonna explode? Okay. Is that all? Okay, they're going down. right? Uri. What are you referencing to? But I don't think I know what you're referencing to. Yo, he's just camping in there. He's just camping in there. Okay, sniper. Oh my god. What? Wait, how do I beat this? Oh my god. Grenade? Grenade? Open it! Open it! I dare you! Open it! I dare you! Oh god. Is he dead? No? Could go, right? He got auto mod. Only 5 bullets? You have guts to be kidding me. I was singing My House by 2 p.m. Ah! I don't listen to that song. I'm not a big 2 p.m. listener. Okay, it's down here. Wait, where'd I go from here? Oh. Listen here? That's their best song? Is it? I think my favorite song was the... It's one of their like more recent song though. Like the one with the roses. I forgot what it's called. Is it that song? I don't know. If that's the song, I think it is. It's good. I don't know what song it is. Can I not press this? Okay. That or ADT? Oh, why? Cause I'm a perv? What's ADT? Oh, all day thinking of you? Ah. Can I shoot this? Fuck.
Out of ammo?
I'm safe here, right? Fuck. No, no. Fuck. Fuck! I'm gonna die! Holy shit! I'm gonna die. I don't have heals. Do I? I do. Okay. I'm just gonna make a run for it. Make a run for it. Fuck. You were the one shooting me! You! Be weird! Fuck! Fuck! Shit! Oh my god! Burn! 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 Fuck! Burn! I don't trust Shannon here, man. She would be dead right now. It'll be fine! It'll be fine! It'll be fine. Fall down! Fine. Shit. Oh shit! Fuck! Give me ammo! Goodness. Okay. Fuck! Stop shooting me! Let me go first. Let me go first. Let me go first. Damn. Oh, where are they? Where are they? Oh fuck! Never mind. I was gonna climb up the ladder. Never mind. Fuck! Get out, Sebastian! How are you fighting that? Fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Oh my god. I'm stuck. I'm dead. I'm dead! Oh god. She's not Agent 47? No, I would keep shooting my shots. Stacy. No more panic mode, okay? Can I take his axe? No? So whack. So whack. So whack. Okay.
Out of ammo?
Burn you! Burn you! Burn! Burn him! Oh my god. Yeah, shoot him! Thank you. Fuck, oh honey. What? Hold on, hold on. Let me make something. Fuck. Don't shoot me! Don't shoot me! Fuck. 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 No, God! Is he dead? Is he dead? Oh my god. Get out of my way. Get out of my way! Jesus Christ! Sebastian! Okay, shotgun. Oh my god. Trying to make bullets here. Jesus Christ! Fuck, I'm dead! I'm dead! Wait, why is this so hard? It's because I had limited bullets. Ugh. Limited bullets, my ass! It's not. Wow, thanks. Thanks. I gotta kill this dude first. Get out of my way! Get out of my way. God. Burn him! Burn him! Burn him! Go, go, go. Fuck. Don't shoot me, please!
Out of ammo?
Damn it, I'm not gonna kill him! Are you kidding me? I'm dead. Fuck. Oh my god. Why is this so hard? Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Okay, that was the sum I was thinking of. But it was a good one? Okay, you know what? Maybe I gotta heal myself, right? Fuck. Stop! Get out of my way! This dude. Bro. Go up, go up, go up, go up. Oh my god, don't fucking fall. Burn him! Okay. Sebastian, get your ass up! Sebastian, get your ass up! Sebastian, get your ass up! Jump down! Oh my god! Okay. Oh, missed. I missed again. Is he dying? Oh, he is dying. Come here. What's the other dude? Why are you always climbing down? Okay. Okay. God dead. Grab this. Grab this. She's taking drugs. Yeah, I'm an addict. Okay, where do I go now? Up there? Easy. Kinda wish I could run longer though. Gotta save up for it. Okay, more bolts. Okay. I don't have any more. Oh my god. Oh my god, Chaos is rating with a party of 5? Thank you for the... Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! How are you, Chaos? How was your stream? I'm a mod so you can... Oh, I am not a mod so you can shout out yourself, Chaos? Yeah, you can shout out yourself, Chaos. Fuck. Fall down! Oh my god. Oh my god, why is this guy so good at throwing Molotovs? What? What? Stop! Why is he so good at throwing Molotovs? God! He threw... I'm good at force Shen to do it. I'll do it. Where is it? SO at Dark Chaos. Everybody, please go check out Dark Chaos. He's the best. He's amazing. He will give you money.
Oh, god damn it, I'm stupid.
Oh, it's nice. Okay, sniper. Oh my god. Hit that! Okay. We're gonna come out here. Best clip. Fall down. Okay. Okay.
Out of ammo?
No. Please. Fuck. 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 Shoot him! Oh my god. This is bad. 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 Stop! I need to reload! Reload your fucking gun, Sebastian! Nah. What the fuck? I don't know why I'm dying so much here. But finally started Yee's 10. Ooh, already. So soon. I like that they just magically fall. Yeah, they just magically fall. Okay, you know what? Let me just... Before I go... Then I couldn't make... Okay. Oh, where's my sniper? Sniper. Okay. Easy. Will you go in story order? 10 is the third main game. Is it? Knew that. Okay. Fall down. Fall down. Fall down. Fuck. Fall down. Fall down. Wasn't there a stage exactly like this in RE? There was. What? This is why. That's why everybody called this. Everyone called this game a Resident Evil ripoff. But it's a good game. It's a good game. But it's very similar to Resident Evil. Too similar. Yep. This is Resident Evil at home. Yeah, that knows the hell of my bullets. Bro, all the bullets I've been saving is poof, gone. Can I jump up there? Wasn't this directed by the guy who did RE1? I think it was one of the devs was he used to work for Capcom. I think that's why. Yeah, so like the format is very similar. That's why. I can't break that. Both games came out around the same time, so they were competing for awards. Ooh. It's just a random light here. Aww. Like they had an Easter egg scene referencing RE1. Really? Okay, I hear the music. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, July 11, 2012. Almost 6 months since the accident, Myra and I drifted further apart with every passing week. I have to stay strong, but it's so easy to drown my thoughts in whiskey. I figure as long as it doesn't affect my work, what I do on my own time is private. I finally got Myra to open up to me about the accident. Now I'm more worried than ever. I don't know what's worse, the fact that Myra is becoming paranoid and may be losing her mind, or the fact that she is proposing that the fire wasn't an accident. Could be real. I owe it to her to trust her instincts, but if they're correct, God help whoever did this. Oh. Yeah, it's early in the game when you come across the body and the head falls and rolls on the floor, and then the guy turns around and look at you. Yeah, I remember that. It's exactly the same as RE1. Yeah. What I do on my own time is private. Very private. Ayo. What do you even do in your alone time?
Feeling better now?
Are you jacking it? Oh, yes, oversave. Overwrite, I mean. Anything else to look at? No keys. Nothing. Okay. Man, already at 14 hours? 14 hours? Yeah. So long, right? 4 of those hours were spent on the freaking boss. But you can watch Shen cry about loneliness. I love it when men whimpers. Yeah, guys. Record and send it to me. I'm so poor. What can I get with 1,000? Nothing. Stock? Okay, can't do nothing. That boss didn't do you any favors. Yeah. I'll purr for you. Purr. Oh my god, Whipple Wolf? Welcome in, Whipple Wolf! Welcome! Wait, am I forgetting anything? More newspapers? How are you, Whipple Wolf? How was your day? How's your morning? Okay, I'm just gonna leave. Whipple Wolf has been following Shinobi with 2 eyes _ for 2 years. 1 month? 19 days? 4 hours. Be the Discord kitten, I said. I don't want to be a Discord kitten. I have, you know, dignity, okay? I'm okay, but my back hurts. Had to sleep on the floor. You sleep on the floor? Oh no! It's okay. I feel the same too. I have like slight scoliosis. Okay, guys. Like whenever my back hurts, I like lean against the wall or something. Okay, how do I exit? Here? Matches? Nothing? Did I drop down? Oh. She's still alive, but where's Joseph? Stop lying, your back hurts because of me. Hey yo. Hey yo.
I better get over there.
Uh-oh. Get up! Get up. Get up! Oh my god. I knew it! I was trying to get him to go on top of the car, but he wouldn't go! I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much. Why can't he like jump? Like jump on top instead of like just falling, you know? Oh, am I supposed to go there? Oh. Okay, where is it? Wait, how do I get it to open? Go, 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 go. Okay. Can I go on top of here? Go on top! God. Man, I can't wait to see you struggle through that space. Don't say that. Don't say that! You're gonna jinx it! You're gonna jinx it. Go up! Go up! You're gonna jinx it. Chaos.
Kidman, hold on.
Help! There's so many of them!
Fun fact, Shen, you play him in Evil Within 2? 2? Oh. How do I...
Out of ammo?
Fuck. Out of ammo? Sorry, I had to reload. I thought you have a bullet in there already, Sebastian. Okay. How do I get over there? Can I jump? Oh, I can literally just jump over this railing onto that board. Bro. 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 Okay. Where is the fish? Fish guy. Can I not actually jump over? Oh my god, why do you do this? Why do you do this to me? Wait! Can you shoot the body down to distract the fish? No, I don't have any more. Oh. I don't think so. Oh, actually? Is it distracting him though? No. Oh my god. I move so slow. Yes. Better go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go faster. Pro streamer. I am a very pro streamer. Okay. Go away. Go up! Okay.
Kidman, hold on.
Help!
Do I need to
There's
shoot
so
the
many
zombies? I don't think I do, right? I feel like I should save the one on the rope for like until I get closer. Yeah? Oh no, wait. What if I just shoot it now? Did that not work? Did that not work? goodness. No, he's coming. No, he's coming. No, he's coming. No, he's coming. Get up there! Sebastian! God. What do I do? Run! Sebastian, get your ass over there. Come on. Up! Stop! Go up! Oh my god. Jesus. Oh my god. Dude. Literally, Davy Jones can stand on dry land. Literally. Okay. Go onto the board. No! You fucking B-word! Get up! What the F? Fall to the water! Get snatched! Barry? The B word. You say fuck to say the B word? It totally makes sense. So what? So what if I do? Oh, you guys want me to say bitch, huh? You guys just want to hear me say the B word like that? Okay. Waiting for it to open. Okay. Go. Go. I'm dead. Fuck. Oh my god. He's so slow. Yeah, we two sluts. And got auto mod. Alright, I just want to say hi. Bye. Bye, Ripple Wolf. Bye. See ya. Thank you for dropping by. Have a good morning. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your closet, lock your windows, because I'm gonna lurk.
Kidman, hold on.
Help!
Haha,
Too many
haha.
of them!
Okay. We are gonna shoot this dude right here. Nice! He better not get back up. No? Okay. Okay, just swim across. Get up! Okay, where is it? Funny though, right? Kidman is her name. Kid plus man. Yeah. But funny though, right? Mummy's your name. Mom plus me. Haha. But it's a woman. Oh. My line was funnier. No, it's mom plus my. No, but you pronounce it as me. You know, like mummy, like. Never mind. You ruined the joke. Just laugh and move on. You know. Okay, so let's just go across. Okay.
Kidman, hold on.
Help! There's too many of them!
I know, no, lol. What do you mean, no, lol? Go here, go here, go here. Go on top, please. Go, 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 go. Swim faster, please. Why do you swim so slow? Go, go! Stop! He's so slow. Why is he like this? Why are you like this? Why is he like this? I hate this guy. I hate this guy more than I hate Jill. Guys, that's so weird. Okay, you know what? Okay. See, there are other bodies hanging around, but I'm saving those for like when I get to there, you know, and then he get distracted. You know? And plus, it's like super forced, so by the time I get to over here, he's already coming back. You hate Jill? Because Jill is so slow. She doesn't know how to run. Jill doesn't know how to run. There's literally a body right in front of you right now. He's not grabbing it though. Oh wait, I didn't see this one. Wait. I didn't see that one. Go, 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 go. Go, Todd, go, Todd, go, Todd. Stop grabbing bottles. God. Jesus Christ. Can I shoot him from here? I'm blind like a piece of shit. I am blind, okay? I am very blind. Go talk. No, not climb down. What the heck? Okay, it's fine. Okay. I'm gonna shoot this one. No, Andy! Oh my god! Jesus Christ. No, you're like, there's a body over there. You're gonna run over there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. I love this game so much. He's gonna grab it. Okay. Go, go, go. Okay, I know, okay, I know. But I wanted to like, you know, by the time I see him going for it, I was trying to leave. Go back. It's not gonna go over there. Go over there. There's a dead body over there. He's not going over there. What do I do? Go swim! Sebastian! Hurry up! Go up! Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, he got that body. Don't talk about my body like that. Pikachu! Yes, Thunderbolt! Pikachu! Okay. Is there two of them? There's two of them! Bro, no wonder. Okay. Fuck. I'm not gonna make it. Fuck. I'm not gonna make it! I'm not gonna make it! There's two of them! What the fuck? Okay. It's me, Mario. It's me, Mario. Not gonna lie, unpopular opinion, I really hate Peach. I don't know why. She just like, I don't know. Peach gives me like pick-me girl vibes. Like popular girl, you know? Did you know Izumi means super? You lied to me. You told me it doesn't. Rosalina is better anyways? Yeah, Rosalina is definitely better. Not you silly goobers. Welcome in, Montreal. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day? Okay. Should I shoot it? I'm scared. Okay, I missed.
Out of ammo.
Is he gonna grab it? Rosalina's mommy? Rosalina is really pretty though. I'm a Daisy person though. I kinda like Daisy. I don't know. Going to work today, making that sweet cheddar finally. Ooh, nice, nice. Getting that mola, getting the bread. Okay, I'm gonna shoot this dude. I like Toad. You like Toad? My favorite is Lucky 2. You guys don't know who Lucky 2 is? You guys gotta know who Lucky 2 is. Hurry up. Get up, get up. Okay, there's one right there. Two right there. I can't stand on top of the boards. Jesus Christ. I like Rawr. Toad. I guess Spell just woke up. He's the cameraman. Yeah, I like Toad. Yeah, Lucky 2 is the cameraman. He's my favorite. It's okay, Montreal. I'm gonna end up not being able to type in a bit because I'm gonna be sleepy. Yeah, well, you could go to sleep, Buns. Mom? You know? I'm gonna stay up. Okay. I shoot this one. Shoot this one too. Okay, that did not work. Okay. One of them got that one. Where's the other one? The other one's right there. Okay, now I don't know what to do. That one got both of them. I'm just gonna shoot them. I don't know what to do, guys. Okay, they're blocking away. Okay. Fuck. No. No. I don't have any ammo. I have a grenade. 2 grenades. Fuck. Fuck. You know what? I'm just gonna go. No, 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 close! Oh my god. Fuck. No! God! I don't think you can shoot it. Fuck. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not my responsibility since I'm not a model anymore. But then if I go, you also gonna watch me. So I'll just watch you. Because I'm gonna like. Oh my goodness. You have to be quick there? Okay. Quick. I have to be quick. Okay. Okay. Get up, get up, get up, get up! No! You have to be kidding me. That's what she said. Yup, that is exactly what she said. Why is this part so hard? Goodness gracious. Oh my god, I missed. Oh my god, why did that hit? Is this not hitting? Do I have to go closer? Should I just go? Okay, go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Sebastian, go! Okay, I'm dead. Okay. Lady, you understand shotgun? It's not slug shot. Okay, but I don't have any other ammo. I only have one pistol ammo. That's it. That is it. That is it. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. Okay. Closer. Okay. Go down. Oh my god, he grabbed the body so fast. Don't come out, please. Don't come out. Don't come out! Don't come out! Okay. What the F? What the F? This is so whack. This is so whack. This is so whack. What if I just go here?
Kidman, hold on.
Kidman.
Help! There's too many of them!
Yeah, don't you see me struggling to fight these mermaids? Oh god. Jesus Christ. Wanna go play the game of life? Only two of us. I kinda like playing the game of life. I was just talking about Mist about that, like, oh, the game is we could play together. One of them was the game of life, but fuck. I don't think Mist wants to play that for a while. Okay, go up. Oh god. Fuck, I'm down. Just go, 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 just go. Just go, 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 go up! Where's he going? Okay. Can I go? Fuck, don't go, don't go, no. Open it! Please, open! Go, please! Maybe I should wait a little bit longer. Little bit longer. Little bit longer. Yeah, I jumped too soon. We want to play raft? Ooh, maybe. Maybe. We will see. We will see. Okay. No, I'm too scared. I'm too scared. Fuck. Okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Okay.
Kidman, hold on.
Help!
It's okay. Where is he? Oh my god. No. Cabaret Alpha should be dropped in a few months. Few months is so long. Chaos. I felt like we've been waiting for like how many years? A year? Go on. Get up, 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 get up! God. Come here. I'll throw this at you. Okay. February? Wait, that's actually pretty soon though. Okay, I'm gonna wait for it to close. Right? Wait to close. No, 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 don't fall in the water! Oh my god, reload my fucking gun. Take the body! Don't close! Don't close! Don't close! Don't close! Don't close! Oh my god! Please open! Please open! Please open! Please open! Please! Please open! Please open! Go tap! Go tap! Oh my god! I hate this! I hate this so much! Please! This part is driving me crazy! What the fuck? Oh my god. I am good. No, I feel like I haven't even moved. I have not moved. Okay. Oh my god.
Out of ammo?
Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna just ignore this one. Yeah, go over there. I go here.
Fuck.
Okay. I think I got it now. I think I got it. Okay, wait for it to close a little bit. It's not gonna show me here, right? Okay. Okay, and now run. Fuck. Go! Fuck! Go! Oh my god! Jeez. Easy. Easy. How many tries was that? That was like... that was like 7? Oh my god. Making my blood boil. Okay. Matches. Checkpoint. Oh my god. Oh, do I have a dynamite, right? Don't I? not dead? Oh. Nope, they are not. Oh, bro! All up in my face. Oh my god, bro! You're not dead. Burn! Burn! Oh, I missed! Look at that. Okay. Take this. 20? Actually? 20? Was it actually 20? Yeah. I suck. It's fine. It's okay. Oh fuck, it's a... Oh my god, why won't I hit it? Should I disarm it? I don't think I need to, right?
Hitman, it's me.
If you hadn't come along.
Oh god. I have no bullets.
For later. There are probably more.
No bullets. I have no bullets. What? When was this here? Sorry, Kidman. I don't want to. Oh, wait, I have this. Get out of my way! Jump! Can I not jump through that? What the? Oh my god. Okay. I don't have any freaking hits. I don't have any ammo. I need you to shoot them, girly. They ran into the most random bear trap ever. I know, right? I don't have anything else to fight them with. Oh, rifle. Is that the last guy? Oh yeah. Oh my god, Kidman. She is the Claire of this game. Sounds like me as the Trapper and the Buddha. Oh my god. Trapper! I don't ever play Trapper. I always play
right.
the bell
Ever
guy.
since the church,
You were at the church?
He's fun.
Yeah, Joseph and I. He's in bad shape, or at least he was when I last saw him.
What about the boy from the hospital? Leslie.
Leslie.
Found him in a cage. He freaked and ran, though.
Play Nemi? Yes, I know you play Nemi. Chaos. And then no shit hates it because of the tentacles. You know who I want to play though? I want to play Ghostface. I don't have Ghostface. I have the Oni, and like, guys, he's too hard to play. I cannot. Do I go here? Oh, door.
I think we've all been seeing strange things. Have you been having any nosebleeds, headaches?
No. Why?
It's
Joseph
just me.
was.
Oh.
It's like he was turning into one of those things.
Yeah, he was
Maybe
gonna
it doesn't
kill
affect
himself. I remember that. Bunch of mannequins. Shin, I got you. You got me. What do you mean? We can switch accounts for a session. What's the weirdest throne gift you ever gotten before, Shen? None! Cause I took down my throne before anybody could buy me anything. Yo. But I don't know, if I do open up my throne again, I think I'm gonna just fill it. Fill it up with like, I don't know, books. She deleted it once I found out. Yeah, I did. Because I know Chaos is gonna buy stuff for me. That's why. And I was like, no. Nope.
Stay back.
No, I'm turning. Listen, I only spent like maybe 800 on Tia's throne. That's a lot! That's a lot! That is too much. Okay, Chaos, that is too much. But like, okay, if I do open a throne, I don't know what I want to put in there though. Like streaming stuff.
What is this? Did you shoot me?
But
You
then,
started turning into a monster.
a part of me feels
You
like
attacked me.
I want to buy my own
I'm
streaming
sorry, but you're
stuff.
tainted
You know?
You might try
Out
to
of
stop
like
me through you.
self
Wait, what are you talking about?
dignity. Achievement, you know? But I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'll probably just put books in it. I don't know. Do you have a stream deck yet? I do.
Leslie? Leslie, is that you?
A stream deck? Oh, a Steam deck. Like the Steam gaming thingy? I have that. I sell feed pics off the
Leslie.
internet.
That's
You know,
good.
I was actually
Just a
considering
little
that.
more.
Like, you know, maybe I should do, you know, feed pics. You know?
What is it?
It's good money, right, guys? 800 over 3 years isn't a lot. You know, when you say it like that, it really isn't. No, Stream Deck is the thing you buy for toggles. Oh! No, I don't.
Leslie?
I don't think I need one though. I think Molly was like considering me to get one. And I was like, that's a lot of money though. That's a lot of money. And I don't really need it. I feel like with the equipment I have right now, it's already pretty good.
I'm getting tired of playing games.
Okay. Danger, flammable. So no bullets. What the heck is that? What is that noise? Follow the noise? No, you go the opposite. Is this a closet? Just charge like I charge $1 to find new feed pics off the internet. I was selling feed pics though, guys. I was charging like 200 per pixel. But nobody wouldn't buy it from me. It was a joke though. Okay. Can he see me? Hopefully not, right? Okay. Come up. There you go. How much was this Stream Deck? A lot. I don't remember how much, but it's definitely over like 100, definitely. All I remember was that it was a lot of money. Okay. Where am I supposed to go? kill him too? No, don't turn around! No, come back here. Come back here. Yeah. Turn back around. Okay. You forgot Shan has 2 cents in her bank account? I do. No, I don't. I'm not that poor, okay, guys? I have like enough money to pay for gas. Yeah. Is there another one walking? Okay, get in. Wait, did I kill the other guy too? Oh shit, it's flammable. Get out of my face! Get out of my face! I won't die if I shoot him, right? Okay, I got it! Never mind! Never mind! Never mind, I'm dumb. Maybe I should. Okay, never mind, I'm dumb. I knew it. I knew I should have shot. I don't know why I shot. Never mind. Okay, it's okay. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Gas for you is like $50? Yeah! That's a lot! Gas is a lot here. You know? Old times when it used to cost $30 in the West Coast. Yeah. Gas is too much. It's okay. Oh, okay, it's time for me to go. Tell my wife I love her. Alright, I will tell Itoshi that you love him. 100%. Goodbye, Pizza! Thank you for the like! Thank you for joining! Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Because I'm gonna lurk. Okay. He's going there. Make him run for it, make him run for it. Okay, you clipped it? I was just about to be like, bet you won't shoot pussy. God. Oh god. Okay, I need a key card. The key card is over there. What is this though? That means I can set them on fire then, no? Okay. We go here. Same strat. Wait for him to move. They walk so slow. Oh my god. Shen always looking in people's closet. Of course, you know? That's the best part.
Out of ammo.
Get out of my way! Oh my god! He doesn't know where I'm at, right? No? Nice. And then, did he drop anything? No. And the other guys, they're right there. I thought I had a bottle. What's the bottle I was holding? Oh, axe. Oh my god. You know, we're just gonna grab the keycard and run. Right? Right? Where is it? Did I grab it? How do I get up? Okay. Okay. Easy. But she finds you in hers, and she would duct tape you to the closet wall. Sounds like a fun time. It is a fun time. A very fun time. Especially if it's the type of hole Shen likes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Joseph? What kind of hole do I like, huh? What do you mean by that? Don't forget, when you get the chance, you should upgrade your stamina. I need more of the green goop. I need more green goop. It costs a lot. I only have like 1k green goop. Journal Sebastian Castellanos, August 2012. As if I don't have enough to deal with personally and professionally, Joseph and I have just been assigned a rookie to train. Great. Babysitting duty. Kidman is young and green. Kidman is young and green? What does green mean? But has that sense of entitlement that all the rookies have these days. I always catch her giving me sideways glances whenever I have to bend the rulebook a bit. She doesn't understand that sometimes it's part of the job if you want to break the case. Personality-wise, she's a cold fish. Distant. It's her job to observe and assist, but sometimes it feels like she's a scientist looking at samples in the petri dish. More like she's merely watching us instead of trying to learn from us. There's something about her that gets under my skin, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I see. Green means new? Oh! Green mean unexperienced. Ah. I see. I've never heard anybody say that before. They're green. Whenever I hear somebody like use the term green, it's always like associated with like, you know, weed.
It's been a while since your last visit.
Drugs, you know? And green flag. Yeah, green flag. Greenhorn? Greenhorn? Grasshopper would be... Oh. Green insect. I love grasshoppers. You guys know I'm like freaking like afraid of praying mantises. I don't know why. They give me like the creeps. I don't know. They're like cannibalistic. I think that's why. I don't know. They're like insects that eat other insects and like, you know, other praying mantises. They're a little crazy. Did someone say cannibal? I'm in. Yeah. I remember in like my garden, there's this praying mantis that was eating a bee. That it creeped me out. Shen? Itoshi? Like Shen is a greenhorn to controller? Greenhorn? I'm a greenhorn to controller? I'll kick MP off the gift sub board. Oh no. Okay, I have 3K. 3K. Oh my god. I need a 9K for more sprint time. That's so whack. That's so whack. That is so whack. Stock. Okay, let's go do this. I can kick him in real life though. Ask MP for donations, but don't tell him what for. No! You guys! That's not how it works! You guys are lying. Also, I don't need donations! Investigator missing! Serial killer investigator missing. Identified in fate of investigator unknown. Case goes cold in countryside serial killer investigation. Police deny lead investigator missing. Okay. Missing? Anything? Okay. I guess I could go back now, right? Yeah, you're inexperienced or new to controller? No. No! I've always been a controller player, guys. I'm a console player. Like just like recently, I've been playing on like keyboard and mouse. And I think I got too used to it. That like I haven't used controller in a while. But originally I was a console player. Okay, I know how to use a controller. She plays Valor on controller now. I don't. I don't. Who plays Valorant on controller? That is. Okay. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Pretty sure there's nothing over there, right? Nothing? Then we go here? Up the stairs? Hell, I was losing controller on my stream? Well, okay. I don't know. I think I just got used to using keyboard and mouse. The like controller is just is a relearning process. Also, welcome in, base case. Welcome in. How are you? Yeah, but dynamite, bro. How are you? How's your day? Shin, just dropping by to say, have fun gaming tonight. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for dropping by. Hope you have a good time. But then again, I was playing on PS4. I see. I'm not gonna lie, I will have so many more games to play if I have a, what do you call that? A capture card. Yup. That means I could have been playing like PS5 games, PS4 games all the time, you know, instead of having to like go on Steam and buy the game. And then Joseph? Hold on, let me catch my breath. Oh my god, it's Joseph! Chapter 11 clear! It's Joseph, guys! Give me some synergy? You want some synergy?
Thank God you're all right.
Did that work?
How did you get here? It wasn't easy.
My synergy level is at 5%. It's okay. My synergy level is like
Episodes.
I don't know.
I wish I could say the
20.
Hey, I think I
Thank
might
you
have
for the
found us some transportation.
hydrate. Thank you. I have water here.
This thing gonna run? Only one way to find out.
Shit! Oh, it's Kidman.
What are you doing?
I think I got mine for like $30. Really? Is that the Amazon link? You can just DM it to me, Chaos. Well, I'ma go sleep, and you're welcome to watch. Alright, Mom. Have a good night, Mommy. Have a good sleep. So you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Cause I'm gonna learn. Oh my god. Spider? You have a free VOD. Turning my camera on for you so you don't watch.
Damn if I'm going to die in here.
Where'd I go? Help, Joseph! Ew! What the fuck is this? Is this maggots? No way. I hate that. Oh no 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 syringe. Right! Give me right! Okay. Good night, Mom! Alright, I DM'd the link. Thank you, Chaos! Oh fuck, I don't know why I shot up. I'm supposed to shoot it? I don't even know if this is what I'm supposed to do. Okay. Can we still get us? No?
I don't know how long we'll be safe here.
Checkpoint? I was a little bit off, $40. Damn. Oh shit!
Now what?
Sebastian, they're above us. We got dynamite.
What? He's not dying! Why can't his shots registers? But not mine. It's not dead yet. But is the capture card I've been using for like 2 years, so I would say worth the price? See. It's good, it's good. Bro, he just fell? Nice shot!
Next.
This guy has a gun! No, but I also want to get a,
Get to cover. They're shooting from above.
another memory card. Like those big ones, the big memory cards. Because I have a lot of stuff. I really need to like transfer. Because my computer needs lots of cleaning. Where was I getting shot at?
More of them on the
Oh
move.
yeah.
Don't get rattled.
Is that not your body? Bro. I missed. Fuck. Get away! Get away! Get away! Get away! Fuck. Oh my god!
On top of us! Too many!
Four of them. Down.
Oh my goodness! Hold on, I'm about to die.
Hit.
Guys, I don't have ammo! I don't have ammo! What do I shoot? Oh, what's this? Okay. enemies up front. Can I explode? Oof. Shit, you not having ammo is a new thing. I know. It's so hard to get ammo. It's so limited. God. Damn. And like I hate it so much because they only give you like 1 or 2 ammo. That's damn. I hate it. They couldn't give me more. I feel like 5 would have been good enough.
Keep us to the left up here.
But they're like, nope. You only get 1 ammo in this box. Have you increased your stock at all? I did. I did it for my shotgun.
Out of ammo.
Oh. Bros! Joseph, what do you do? Can I kick them? Oh my god! Ammo. How am I missing all of this? How am I missing them? That's why you make your own. The bolts.
Get this thing moving.
Is it like better to use the bolts than use the actual guns? I don't have any more like parts. I don't know, lol. I was just being silly. I thought you'd be for reals. And I was gonna take that advice. I've never played this game. You never played this game before?
We seem to be moved around
What?
a lot. Almost as if
Game
by
seems
someone's
like
will.
something you would play.
So it's nearly impossible
Kinda
to
like
get any
Resident
sense
Evil.
of the geography around here. But the light.
Oh my god, look
your
at
mental
Joseph though.
hospital, it's always
He's
in the
kinda
distance.
like Chamber, you know?
This thing you found me.
He wears a
hooked up to.
vest,
I've seen it in
glasses.
more than one
He's like a
place.
nerdy guy who
Yeah,
holds
so
a,
have I.
you know,
It seems like it's the same
holds a
exact
pistol.
one, but it's hard to be sure.
The thing that I've noticed is that each time I run across one, I seem to be closer to the lighthouse. It could be a coincidence, but like I said,
No,
it seems
but I
as
think
if
I played it
there is
a long
some
time ago, but never
intelligence
beat it.
behind
So you figure
Oh,
we ought to cut to the
what?
chase and just head
How
straight
could
for
you
the
not
hospital.
beat a game?
Exactly.
I always
Nice
have
work,
to beat my
detective.
games. I think the only
The
game
right
I haven't
side
beat
looked
was
like
like
it led more directly toward the hospital.
Skyrim. Well, that's because like Skyrim's a long game. Okay, why is he always getting hurt? Why is he always
Just get us
getting
out of here.
hurt?
There's an ambulance there.
Bro!
There might be some kind of first
Why can't he
aid.
just be like fine for one chapter?
any of them on
Every
board.
single chapter he's always like getting mauled or like tackled or like beat up. What the heck? What the heck, Joseph? Oh my god. God damn. Oh yeah. I have other games I was playing though. You play multiple games like at the same time? How do you do that? I can't do that. If it's like a story game, I think I can only like focus on like one game. Unless, oh fuck. Don't hit me! Unless it's like, you know, Valorant. Valorant is different.
Out of ammo?
Valorant is a very, very different. Oh my god! Okay. Cause the FPS, you know, there's no story to it. You just shoot, you know. think I played it briefly when I was playing Yakuza. Ooh. I wanna try Yakuza. Yakuza is like my brother's favorite game. I see him playing it all the time. Can I not grab that? Matches? Yeah. There's a guy right there. Let me see. Oh, it's right here. Oh my god! Get out there. I'm dead. I'm notorious for starting games, then never beating them because something else comes out that catches my attention. Oh no, guys! He has ADHD! Oh no. It's okay, it happens, you know? What I bounce between Persona? Is that Persona? What the heck? What's PSO? PSO2. Oh, Warframe. Oh! Legend of Dragoon. Dark Cloud 2. Yeast 10. Not gonna lie, I don't know any of those games. Fantasies. Oh. Oh my god, this dude is so annoying! Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I don't know any of those games. Chaos. Fantasy Star Online. PSO is a generic sci-fi anime. Oh, MMO. I don't really play MMO though. I don't know. Recently, my brother has been telling me to like join him on Thorn and Liberty. It's a new game. No, I don't know. I don't really play like, I don't know, grinding games. I guess you would call it that. Okay. No, why are you going back? Go forward, go forward, go forward. I wouldn't say that PSO2 is a great game or anything, but it's fun. Ah, I see. Grab that. Can I not grab that? Let's throw this at you. Let's throw this at you. Okay. Okay. Nice. Where's the other guy? Oh my god, she's running straight at me. Stop! That hurts! Burn you! Stop! Don't shoot me! Don't shoot me! Oh my god! Can I get something to heal? Wait, I do have heals. Oh my god. So welcome back, pt5. I was diagnosed with ADHD at like age... What? Oh my god. I didn't know that. Now I feel bad for saying that. Is it bad? Was that mean? I feel like nowadays everybody has like ADHD. It's like the development of like phones. No, don't feel bad. Okay. Over there. Oh fuck, he saw me. Oh, nice. There you go. I swear that is so true though. Lots of people have it. Yeah. Like, not gonna lie, guys. I didn't even know ADHD was like a real thing until recently. Like, I knew about it, but I have like never met anybody who has it until like I started going to high school. And like everybody in high school was like telling me, "Oh yeah, I have ADHD. I have ADHD." I was like, "Really?" I couldn't believe it. How do I kill this guy? Wait, how do I get over it though? Oh, hey. Just go. Can I kill him? He's dead. Is he dead? He is also dead. Is this gonna explode? Wait. Oh fuck. Okay. There you go. I was never diagnosed when I was a kid, but I never went back as an adult. Ah. Carefully. I see. Right. Okay, I have to go over here. Blood block. Map. Nothing. Heal myself. And I have to go all the way back. Oh my god. Where's Kidman? Where's Kidman when I need her? Where are they? How can I shoot them? Okay. That was bad. Okay! I can't even see the guy! Shouldn't me! Why is this suddenly so much? Can I use the machine gun? Can I use it? Am I able to use it? Get up. Fuck! Oh my god! Fuck, make a run for it. Make a run for it. I can't get out! How do they blocked it! Oh my god! There's so many!
Out of
Oh my god.
ammo.
Oh my god! I had grenades. 000 Magnum? I totally forgot I had this. Run! Oh my god! 5 bullets. 5 mag. One shot? Is it one shot? Did I just have enough bullets just to kill them? No way. No way. Okay, now how do I get out? I get out? How do I get out? Okay. This is a turret! How are you still alive? Okay. What am I supposed to do? Am I just supposed to kill all of them? Okay. Watch out for Magna. CSE. So welcome in, Huey. Deep pussy. Good name, good name. Okay.
Keep them off me!
Get them off you. How do I keep... Where is she? Oh my god. Jesus Christ! Get out, Sebastian! Get out! Go, 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 go. Going back to the turret. Get out of my way! Get off! Go away! Get out of my way! Is that it? What is with the dramatic music? What am I missing? What did I do? Oh. There was nobody in the bus. Where did you guys come from? Oh my goodness. Oh, Joseph. Oh, Joseph.
Shit.
Let's get out of here fast.
I'm gonna push through!
I'm driving now?
It's gonna get a little rough!
W driving skills. This is how I drive in real life too, guys. I just hit stuff. Fun. It's him! Uh-oh. Okay. Chapter 12 clear! This is great. There was such a long 2 chapters. Oh my god. You know what? This is a great spot to end it, right guys? I got 4 hours. Let me say one more time. There we go. Yeah, totally. You know, I think I did pretty good. I beat the boss. That was my goal. I beat the chapter 10 boss. I'm happy about that. Oh my god, 15 hours gameplay. Oh my god. It's so long. It's so long. Oh my god. Now you gotta do 24-hour stream. Proud of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Speaking of, we need our 24-hour karaoke now. I could never do that. I could never. You think I have the stamina, huh? Alright. You know, oh, but thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. It was fun. Yes, it was very fun. I finally beat the boss, which is... I'm so proud of that. Bye-bye. Yeah, we got a new hype train emote. Record. Oh my god, level 7. Jesus, guys. Oh my god, you guys are crazy. Anyways, make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, because I'm gonna lurk. Haha. Bye bye, Pog.